Agora is a Greek word. Social activities in Greek towns back in the days where people. Yes, yes.
Well, blessings.
Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey, hey. hey.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to ask you, everyone, to take your seat. We are about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, and professionals in the field of health and wellness tourism, good morning and warm welcome to the International Health and Wellness Tourism Congress, an event that chose the city of Düsseldorf and the prestigious Co59 Hotel for its inauguration. My name is Yasser Abu Muailek, and I am very privileged to stand before you today as your Master of Ceremonies, ahead of an exciting journey of knowledge exchange, meaningful discussions, and innovation. Throughout this Congress, we will be immersed in a wealth of insights, experiences, and best practices that will shape this dynamic and ever-evolving sector, which does not only cater to personal health, but has the potential to drive economic growth, create employment opportunities, and foster intercultural understanding. Over the next 2 days, you will be treated to an array of presentations, thought-provoking panel discussions, and interactive sessions featuring a select group of government representatives, renowned speakers, industry experts, and pioneers in the health and wellness tourism. However, this Congress is not just about gaining knowledge and insights, but also about forging meaningful connections, fostering collaborations, and building networks with fellow professionals from around the world. I wish you all a captivating and rewarding Congress ahead. Now, and without further ado, I would like to invite the co-founder and CEO of Agora Group, Mr. Hadi Mlaib, to give his opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming him.
Thank you, Yasser. Mr. Paul Frederick Huler, State Secretary of Ministry of Economic Affairs, Industry, Climate Protection and Energy. Ms. Shireen Gail Yu Pamintuan, Undersecretary of Finance and Administration at the Department of Tourism of the Philippines. Mr. Oli Frederick, Managing Director, Düsseldorf Tourism Board. Dear delegate, dear sponsors, dear speakers, thank you very much for being with us today. The Düsseldorf Tourism Board and Agora Group are pleased to officially welcome you at the International Health and Wellness Tourism Congress at the beautiful and elegant Co59 in Düsseldorf. It is with pleasure and warm regards that we welcome you to the vibrant city of Düsseldorf, Germany, for the inaugural International Health and Wellness Tourism Congress. It is an honor to have you join us for this significant event, which promises to be a platform for insightful discussions and knowledge sharing in the ever-evolving field of medical tourism. As we gather in this beautiful city, renowned for its innovative healthcare system and commitment to excellence, we recognize the immense growth and potential of the medical and health tourism industry. The global medical tourism industry will grow from $35.77 billion in 2022 to over $39 billion in 2023 at a compound annual growth rate of 11.7%. The subject of the size of the industry has always been hotly debated and varies tremendously from source to source. However, regardless of the accuracy of the size, the medical and wellness tourism industry is vibrant, exciting, and challenging at the same time. The International Health and Wellness Tourism Congress aims to make an important contribution to the promotion of medical wellness and health tourism in the world. The Congress is an exclusive, by invitation only, closed-door, sea-level event with more than 150 senior leaders attending from over 57 countries. We strive at the event to create a simulating gathering that will connect some of the world's leading thinkers with civically engaged health and medical tourism leaders to share ideas, raise challenging questions, and inspire thought and action. The topic of the conference program will focus on the most pressing challenges facing medical and well-being professionals today, such as what is the outlook of the industry in 2023 and beyond, especially after COVID-19. What is the role of disruptive technology like blockchain and artificial intelligence and robotic? What are the most important innovation in the sector? And most importantly, what are the tools available to put the patient at the heart of the medical tourism experience? As we embark on this conference, we hope to delve into the multifaceted dimensions of medical and health tourism. Our distinguished panel of speakers, renowned experts, and industry leaders will facilitate insightful discussions, present cutting-edge research, and share invaluable experience that will undoubtedly contribute to the advancement of this sector. Moreover, this conference serves as an excellent opportunity for networking and collaboration among professionals and organizations involved in the industry. We encourage you to take full advantage of this platform to foster new partnership, exchange ideas, and explore avenues for mutual growth. In addition to the enriching conference program, we invite you to immerse yourself in the cultural splendor of Düsseldorf. From its picturesque landscapes to its vibrant art scene, the city offers a delightful blend of tradition and modernity, providing an ideal background for our gathering. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every delegate attending the International Health and Wellness Tourism Congress. Together, let us shape the future of this thriving industry and pave the way for transformative advancements in healthcare on a global scale. Wishing you a productive and memorable Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hadi Mlaib, for this insightful speech. And now I would like to introduce Mr. Paul Friedrich Höller, the State Secretary of the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Industry, Climate Protection and Energy in the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, to give his remarks, please.
Thank you. Dear Undersecretary Jupan Minchuan, dear Mr. Mlaib, Mr. Friedrich, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the beautiful North Rhine-Westphalia. We very much appreciate so many of you accepted the invitation to our diverse and colorful state. With a population of almost 18 million, North Rhine-Westphalia is the most populous state in Germany. At the same time, our state has an eventful history, especially in terms of its economy. For instance, the coal mining and steel industry in the Ruhr area were a crucial factor for the economic boom in Germany in the 1950s and 60s. However, a few decades later, a major challenge began, the so-called Strukturwandel, structural change, which transformed the state from a coal to a scientific state. And now we are facing the next challenge. It is our state government's goal to make North Rhine-Westphalia the first climate-neutral industrial region within Europe. Today, North Rhine-Westphalia is outstanding in many respects. Without a doubt, this includes medical care. We are one of the strongest business locations in the healthcare industry in Europe with great innovative strength. The range of medical services is excellent on the one hand, yet also very broad on the other hand. In North Rhine-Westphalia alone, we have 6 university hospitals that are among the 200 best hospitals in the world to even make the top 100. And at the same time, our state is a hub of higher education with more than 70 universities, but which is also home to many innovative and research-based companies. In addition to major hospitals, there are many specialist clinics, highly specialized practices, and many renowned experts who guarantee optimal interdisciplinary care even across locations. This is a clear advantage of such a densely populated region on a comparatively small area. As a result, North Rhine-Westphalia has a long-standing reputation for excellent medical care. However, the topic we discuss today is still rather new for our state. North Rhine-Westphalia aimed to position itself as an attractive region for international medical tourism. We started a successful development and pushed Düsseldorf, Cologne, and Bonn in particular as medical centers on the Rhine to get involved in this growth market. But why is North Rhine-Westphalia attractive for international patients, apart from the high medical quality? 2 important points speak in our favor. First, North Rhine-Westphalia is easy to reach. The well-developed transport network makes it very convenient for our guests. 3 international airports, very good railway connections, highways, and therefore extremely short distances and travel times between destinations. Second, North Rhine-Westphalia stands out for its diversity and offers for all interests in addition to treatments. Vibrant cities alternate with fascinating natural landscapes. Forests, rivers, meadows, and fields cover more than half of the federal state, and there are 12 national parks. You can quickly reach major cities such as Cologne, Düsseldorf, Bonn, Aachen, Münster, and the cities of the Ruhr area, with their attractions, UNESCO World Heritage sites, and infrastructure of an international metropolitan region. Ladies and gentlemen, the international economy is more vulnerable than many would have thought. We have, without a doubt, learned this in this decade. This makes it even more important to work together in good networks across borders to enable more people to benefit from the high standards and medical expertise in North Rhine-Westphalia. We can seize this opportunity together. This International Health Wellness Tourism Congress is an impressive forum to strengthen and expand partnerships and networks. I'm delighted that we can welcome so many guests to North Rhine-Westphalia and wish the organizers and all participants a successful day and many stimulating conversations.
Thank you, Mr. Höller, for these rich information about the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Ole Friedrich, Managing Director of the Düsseldorf Tourism Board. Mr. Friedrich has a distinguished career in the marketing and advertising sectors, and we would love to hear his insights as well. Please.
Good morning to everybody, a warm welcome. Dear State Secretary, Mr. Paul Frederick Höller, dear Undersecretary, Mrs. Shirin Gayu Pamintuna, dear representatives of the Diplomatic Corps, dear participants. First of all, I would like to thank our sponsors, Düsseldorf Airport, RKM 740 Interdisciplinary Specialist Clinic Department Anesthesiology, and Düsseldorf Convention for their support. I would also like to thank the Agora Group for choosing Düsseldorf for this conference. And my special thanks go to the Hotel Kö 59 for their active support. And finally, I would like to thank my team for the organization of this conference. Welcome to Düsseldorf, a city that not only offers optimal medical care, but is also excellently suited for subsequent regeneration. Düsseldorf has an excellent medical infrastructure. Düsseldorf and the surrounding area are home to a large number of first-class medical facilities. 15 hospitals including the renowned University Hospital, over 3,000 practicing doctors in Düsseldorf, and more than 80 specialized clinics and 11 private clinics for plastic surgery in the region. And in a city of short distance, they are all easy to reach and optimally networked also for interdisciplinary treatment. Düsseldorf is, how we call it, a 10-minute city. From the airport to the city center, from there to the trade fair center, and even within Düsseldorf, it rarely takes longer to get from one place to another. This means that you can also quickly travel between practices. Hardly any other city in the world can offer this. The expertise of Düsseldorf medical specialists is internationally well known. This was recently confirmed by a patient during one of his visits, whom some of you may know. George Clooney, the famous actor, says he comes to Düsseldorf every 3 years for his sneeze. Experts also meet regularly in Düsseldorf. Medica, the world's leading trade fair for medicine and medical technology, is held here and has been since 1974. The global healthcare industry meets at this international forum. In 2020, more than 80,000 people came to Medica. As the second leading international trade fair, RehaCare is at home here, the industry event for rehabilitation and care. These are all examples that prove something else in addition to Düsseldorf's profile as a trade fair city and medical location. Düsseldorf is international and is deeply anchored in our Rhineland identity, a place of encounters. Of course, for patients, the treatment plan is in the foreground and that they receive the best care here according to the highest standards. But after discharge, when they can be on the road again a little more easily, Düsseldorf also scores points for recovery and convalescence. Here, patients enjoy an enormous range of offers in a very compact space. We have the internationally known Königsallee, the Green Boulevard with the well-known international luxury brands and labels, as well as a high density of jewelries. Incidentally, the previously mentioned George Clooney used one of his days to buy his wedding rings in Düsseldorf right away. The famous Old Town is just a few steps away, and we call it the longest bar in the world, with 260 bars, clubs, restaurants, for example. In between, you will find luxury hotels and upscale cuisine, as well as parks and green spaces, the theater and the opera house. A few steps further is the Rhine. On whose promenade, Düsseldorf can perhaps be enjoyed at its best. In Düsseldorf, it is easy to experience the unique achievement of tourism and travel. Health tourism is no exception. Tourism connects people and cultures. This is perhaps more important today than ever before. Therefore, I once again, and in the best sense, welcome to Düsseldorf. If you now feel like getting to know more of Düsseldorf, you can book outside one of the free tours we are offering on Saturday in the foyer. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a successful Congress and enjoy the hospitality of my hometown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedrich. And now, after we have listened to our hosts at the state of North Rhine-Westphalia and the city of Düsseldorf, now please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming our first international keynote speakers. Mr. Paulo Benito Tugbang, Director at the Department of Tourism at the Philippines, and Undersecretary Shireen Gail U. Pamintawan from also the Department of Tourism. Both have unique experiences in spearheading the efforts of the Philippines in the fields of medical travel and health tourism. The stage is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Let's just wait for the presentation to load on the screen. But we're really very glad to be here, coming all the way from the Philippines, which was about 14 hours of flying. And we're very excited to see all of you here today. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I will be speaking along with my Deputy Minister, who is on her way to this building. But right now, I will be talking about kapwa and the concept of Filipino health and wellness. Something that's not really particularly very popular in topic, but I'd want to share this with all of you because it's something that we as a country and we as a people have recently learned to embrace and appreciate after all of the years that we have been put in a mindset of the Western biomedical framework in health and wellness. So let me start the keynote. Magandang umaga, maayong buntag, naimbag abigat, buenos dias, aganad ka. That was just 5 of the many ways a Filipino will greet you good morning. While the Philippines has just 2 official languages, Filipino and English, there are over 100 languages spoken throughout the country. That is because we are an archipelagic nation with 7,641 islands, each one with its own special flair and fancy. The Philippines is growing in popularity as a tourism destination, with popular islands such as Cebu, Boracay, El Nido, and Siargao featured prominently in the renowned Condé Nast Traveler Guide Best Islands in the World list. For medical travel, the country is ranked 24th in the world for medical tourism by the Medical Tourism Index. However, much remains for the world to know about Filipino healing, wellness, and the embodiment of both traditional and Western mindset. A colorful tapestry of traditions across over 7,000 islands, tied together with our concept of heart and community. What I actually want to achieve this morning is to present an understanding of Filipino health and wellness through an overview of the Philippines landscape and history to show how centuries of colonization, the prevalence of pre-colonial philosophy and spirituality, and our rich natural resources lends itself to a unique, holistic wellness philosophy that integrates mind, body, spirit, and community, and puts the heart at the very center of everything. The Philippines has a rich culture prior to colonization. It has been cited that heavy Malay and Indian influences are in pre-colonial Filipino culture, noting that the Philippines had rich trading roots with China, India, indigenous Taiwan, Austronesia, and Malaysia, and heavy cultural similarities with other Southeast Asian countries. Colonization has impacted the Philippine culture, bringing even more wide-ranging aesthetics and both new and altered traditions. The history of the Philippines reveals a series of exposures to outside influences, with Western influences beginning to filter in the middle of the 1500s. By the 1830s, the Spanish culture and thought permeated the Filipino way of living. Due to Spanish, American, and Japanese colonization of the Philippines totaling almost 900 years, much of the pre-colonial Filipinos and traditions have been ignored, and Western medicine and lifestyle philosophies have prevailed. Strong Western influences due to colonization by Spain and the US have contributed to a Western way of thinking in the Philippines. However, much of traditional Filipino wellness and its philosophies has still persevered through oral traditions passed down from families and through the continued practice of our albularyos or witch doctors and manghihilots or healers. Through the Western theory of biomedicine has prevailed in the country, with the Philippine healthcare system largely developed by the Americans to coincide with shortages in nurses in the United States and to encourage migration of skilled healthcare workers from the Philippines to the US, our country maintains the traditional concepts of healing and wellness, weaving the concept of care from heart and care for the community into more detailed technical skills. In Tagalog, or our official language, health is translated as kalusugan, or to be in good physical condition. However, according to our experts, the Filipino philosophy of life and healing goes beyond simply healing the physical condition. Instead, it is to heal the physical body, the mental, the spiritual, the emotional, and one's relationship with others, and ensure that all four elements are in alignment. To be healthy is to be in alignment with oneself and one's community. To heal is to intend to heal oneself or another back into alignment. In the Philippines, healing cannot be broken into parts. It is a whole concept that focuses on balance. The balance between elements, energy, the body temperatures, the interaction between self and his environment, and self and God. Good health is for an individual to be in constant equilibrium with oneself, fit and sound without any discomfort or pain, both physically and emotionally, that enables movement. An individual's balance or equilibrium shows itself through the individual's balance with the community and surroundings, and how the person sustains tradition and displays culture, and through the acknowledgement and knowledge that there is a deity that rules above everybody. So the picture is about balance. The person in the center is the tao or the man. Above him is God or Dios. Below him is kalikasan or his surroundings. And around him is the elements or mga elemento. That is the concept of kalusugan or wellness in Filipino. The philosophy of Filipino medicine is generally divided into four parts: the macrocosm and the microcosm, the four elements, earth, fire, water, and wind, hot and cold, wet and dry energy, and of course, balance. The macrocosm and the microcosm talks about the link between the universe and humankind, the link between spirits and nature. To put simply, this is about the spiritual health of a person. This notion is what makes the Filipino concept of healing different. The concept of kapwa, or others, because we are one. So it is important that the Filipino concept of kapwa is now considered the core of the Filipino psychology. Under the concept of healing, we are not fully healed until our relationships and our connections are healthy and whole as well. To have problems in our relationships means that we are unwell, because we have hurt one another, which may lead to emotional illness and stress, which could have an adverse effect in our bodies and in our minds. Secondly, in order to achieve good health, the elements must be balanced outside and within. In Filipino wellness theory, all matter is composed of four basic elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. There must be a balance among elements to achieve peace and well-being. Third, the guiding philosophies in Filipino wellness is balance. Everything must be in balance. the interaction of human to environment, hot and cold, and the four elements in order for everything to be well. Finally, of hot and cold and wet and dry are applied as classifications for food, inorganic elements, disease, and the treatment of illness. Following the four elements, imbalances in the body, treatment of illness and disease, classification, work to identify how each food or element can assist or hinder the body, what imbalance is identified in the body, and how to balance it out. The different causes of illness in Filipino traditional medicine have been identified, which can be divided into three types: physical, pranic, and spiritual. Hilot is a unique Filipino art and science, grounded in the belief that physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual elements in a person should be balanced. The practice is long-standing, and there are several variations to Hilot across the Philippines. While attempting to mistake Hilot as a simple treatment, Hilot is a methodology for identifying imbalances in the body and subsequent treatment of illness through manipulation of pressure points. Understanding Hilot requires a deep comprehension of concepts and philosophies related to traditional healing and body functions. It is a holistic practice involving a massage that can create the right biochemical reactions within one's bodies to heal itself. A manghihilot is the traditional practitioner of this modality. It is an art which is passed down from generation to generation through relatives and is best taught and learned hands-on. To start the treatment, the manghihilot identifies the blockage called bara or pasma through three distinct methods: palpation, where the manghihilot starts to feel the parts of the patient's body to identify lumps, knots, tender areas, areas of differences in temperature, or feelings of pain, discomfort, and numbness. Second is pulse diagnosis, where the practice wherein the manghihilot senses the patient's pulse through their thumb, taking note of the pulse's strength, intensity, flow, and vibrancy to identify any blockages, excess, or deficiency of hot and cold in the body. And the banana leaf method, where the banana leaf is cooked, cut into strips, with coconut oil and warmed over a candle before the manghihilot runs the leaf over different areas of the patient's body. Should the leaf stop or snag against the skin of the patient, the body area is considered having bara or pasma. That's an example of it. On the site of the when the site of the blockage is identified, the manghihilot then massages the areas of the blockage. These areas are often swollen or have tender tissues that do not react when touched by a manghihilot. The pressure points identified by the manghihilots are often sore when massaged. There has been 1,000 times where sustained renewal of interest in traditional Filipino culture, particularly Filipino wellness, largely stemming from the renewal of interest in forms of natural and spiritual healing. Following the growth of interest in yoga, Ayurveda, and traditional Chinese medicine, as well as a general sustainability and environmental practices and pushback against some invasive biomedical practices, there appears to be great interest as well in pre-colonial Filipino healing traditions by Filipinos. With more Filipino and Filipino diaspora asking more questions about pre-colonial Filipino identity and reconciling modern Filipino identity, there is a greater interest in reconnecting our heritage and our cultural practices and what it means to be Filipino. While the question of who is Filipino is an ongoing discussion, it is important that all cultural practices are respected regardless of origin. Without it, health and wellness is moot. Respect for our country, environment, our community, and ourselves is at the heart of the Filipino spirit. There is no space for division or mediation in any form, regardless of gender, sex, tribe, or religion. Equally, there is no disrespect towards any particular practice or greeting. So we introduce to you the Filipino art of wellness and healing, Kapwa. Let everyone practice the concept of Kapwa because we are all one. Thank you and good morning to everybody.
Thank you very much for this insightful journey into the healing and wellness of the Philippines. The islands of the Philippines are indeed very rich and full of many undiscovered potential for wellness and health. And now, after we listen to this presentation, I will have the distinct honor of inviting Deputy Minister Shireen Gail Yu Pamintawan to present us with a presentation also about the Philippines and the potential for tourism there. Please.
I think they're having a little technical difficulty. But Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. A pleasant morning to all of you. Good morning. I hope you guys are still awake. It is with absolute honor and delight for us from the Philippine delegation to join you today as we open this Health and Wellness Tourism Congress here at the vibrant and cosmopolitan city of Dusseldorf. This two-day exchange could not be more timely for us from the Philippines as we recover from the pandemic and strengthen our efforts to continuously improve, expand, and sustain a robust medical and wellness tourism portfolio. We certainly look forward to platforms like these where we can connect with potential partners from all over and pitch diverse health service offerings, which we hope would gain further traction and support. My country, the Philippines, is made up of more than 7,000 islands known for its unparalleled beauty, with stunning beaches, breathtaking landscapes, majestic mountains, and volcanic peaks. We are recognized as the world's best dive destination, world's best tourist destination, and best beach destination. Our island of Palawan has been cited most desirable island in the world, based on the 21st Wanderlust Travel Awards. Our country also made it to Condé Nast Traveler's 40 most beautiful countries in the world. We also take pride in being awarded as the Emerging Muslim-Friendly Destination of the Year at the prestigious Halal and Travel Global Summit 2023, recently concluded in Singapore. More than these accolades, the Philippines is famous for the distinct warmth of the Filipino people, and I'm sure that's what Director Paulo Tugbang had been emphasizing during his entire presentation. Medical wellness and healthy living has long been in style in the islands of the Philippines. Not many know this, but amid our country's natural environments, the Philippines has a rich history as pioneers of medical travel in Asia. We are one of the first countries in Asia to cater to the medical needs of patients within our region and those from across the world. In fact, we have been warmly welcoming foreign patients all over the world for over 4 decades now. We take great pride in our deeply rooted tradition of caring for patients with world-class clinical skills and our innate and genuine empathy. We firmly believe this sets the Philippines apart from the rest. Our country continues to grow as a tourist destination of choice for medical travel and wellness for a plethora of value propositions. the Philippines is home to some of the best hospitals and standalone specialty clinics in the world, offering world-class expertise, state-of-the-art facilities, and excellently trained healthcare professionals. We have over 63 private hospitals with international patient services that are in close proximity to 4 international airports with almost no waiting times for appointments and treatments. We have at least 23 health facilities internationally accredited by accrediting bodies recognized by the International Society for Quality in Healthcare. All our healthcare facilities have employed English-speaking healthcare service providers, and majority of these facilities are recognized by foreign insurance companies. Medical malpractice, on the other hand, the incident account for only a mere 0.00003% of the total number of affected patients. Nevertheless, there are adequate provisions in the Philippine civil and criminal laws for medical malpractice that would protect all patients against medical negligence and incompetence from erring physicians. Across the globe, the health and wellness movement is rapidly growing and expanding, and we all know that. In the Philippines, we want to be part of that. People are seeking well-being with a passion. They turn to healers, whether conventional or traditional. And the unique proposition of the Philippines is that it straddles multidisciplinary worlds between conventional medicine and alternative modalities. As an archipelago of sea, earth, and wind, the Philippines is a land of healers. And unfortunately, because I can't show you all those fabulous photos that I have prepared so that I can invite you to the Philippines, I hope you can just imagine the beauty of all of our stunning beaches and breathtaking landscapes. And because we are a land of healers, this is perhaps due to our country's hundreds of years of influence from world's many civilizations. Or maybe because the Philippines is a place of ancient forests and streams whose people have not lost their connection to nature and spiritual well-being. There are certainly plenty of options for those looking for authentic healing experiences to rejuvenate their mind, body, and spirit. Medical wellness travelers seeking healing, escape, to detoxify, or even sympathy can always count on the patient-caring and gentle affection of Filipino medical experts, providers, and therapists. And this is why the Philippines Department of Tourism is committed to develop and increase more investments in medical wellness tourism experiences that result in deeper healing and connections. Let me therefore take this opportunity to invite all of you to explore what the Philippines has to offer. General surgery, dentistry, cosmetic surgery, eye surgery and ophthalmology, weight loss surgery, fertility treatments, hair transplantation, rehabilitation, and stem cell therapy are available in increasing capacities and are very, very cost-effective. You can be assured that in our tourism department in the Philippines, we continue to closely work with all of our stakeholders and government partners to establish innovative policies that strongly advocates for barrier-free and frictionless travel for all of our inbound tourists. We have restored existing routes in our country and are working on enhancing existing ones as well as to develop new routes for air and sea travel across key strategic and opportunity markets. With the competencies and readiness of our health facilities, wellness destinations, dental clinics, and aesthetic centers, we are more than ready to share our care, our culture, and our country with you. The Philippines is open and ready, ladies and gentlemen, and our time is now. We look forward to collaborating with all of you and welcoming you to our shores, and we're excited to share with you not just our medical tourism packages, but to give you the complete package, the story of our vibrant nation, filled with never-ending choice destinations for fast and relaxing recovery. Look no further than 7,641 islands made up by the warmest people. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat at mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Minister, and I'm sure that despite the absence of pictures, the vivid fantasies of our attendees are more than enough to compensate for that. And after this riveting discussion and presentations, we take you back from the Philippines back to Germany, and now to invite to the stage Mr. Sven Heininger, Director of the International Office at Sana Hospital Group, Sana Kliniken. Please.
Thank you very much. We have a good start because my charts are coming up, so that's a plus. I have the great pleasure of introducing Sana Hospital Group to you today, our integrated medical offering. Let's see how I move these charts. Okay, so some essentials about Sana Hospital Group to start with. We're one of the largest privately owned hospitals group in the country. We run over 120 medical facilities with around 40,000 employees. And we're owned by private insurance companies, which is different because it gives us a lot of leeway because we can focus much more on patients than we can focus on profits, if you will. This is a special position that we're in. The core of our business, even though we're an integrated provider, is still hospital business. So what this shows you in a nutshell is we run around 60 hospitals across the country, and we provide basically every specialty but eye and skin care. So all the rest we can provide, and we provide that close to all international airports, as well as in the back country, because we're relevant in the German healthcare system in particular. Where do I point this to so it moves? We don't do just hospitals. We strongly believe in an integrated medical offering. So we start our offering with prevention. We have outcare centers across the country. Then I told you about, we run these 60 hospitals all across the country. We have a medical aid supply, and then the patient journey takes us back to outpatient centers where we can do aftercare that's not needed to be done inpatient. So we're a strong believer in offering basically the whole journey for our patients. And all that is with our underlying digital offerings and obviously hospital services that go beyond the pure treatment. The biggest challenge today is this pointer thing. So maybe it's a good thing your charts didn't work. We have checkup centers all across the country, all close to major airports, where we offer distinct checkup center treatments. All of those are not in hospitals, they're in prime locations within the major cities, and we're constantly growing that network. So whenever you have patients that need a checkup, we can have those done, and as I said, it's always prime. It's not a hospital setting, it's very high-end, and we get great feedback on that. We have distinct packages that we offer both to German corporate clients, German private clients, but also to our international clientele, obviously. We run close to 50 outpatient care locations across the country, where we do radiology, women's medicine, neurology, orthopedics, you name it. So in order to cover whatever the patient needs, even in more locations than our hospitals, we have that network set up as well. And again, it's open to German as well as international patients alike. The bulk and core of our business, as I said, remains hospital. And we're not just very big, we're also very good. So this is just a few examples of the awards and listings that we have gained throughout the years and that we keep amassing. One we're particularly proud of is the Newsweek World's Best Hospital Awards, where we are frequently on the lists because it's one of the few international rankings that are known globally. All the other are fairly German. We have 35 certified oncology centers in the country, so whatever medical problem in whatever specialty you throw at us, we would have someone who'd be able to treat that because he's very much specialized in that, and that's something we take great pride in. Just an example of the hospitals we have. This is Sana Hospital Group in Offenbach. It's 15 minutes away from Frankfurt Airport. So there's basically no transit time, which is very relevant for our international patients. Again, it's one of the Newsweek World's Best Hospital list awarded hospitals. And it has a long list of medical specialties that they offer. They're very strong in all cancer treatments, endocrinological, reconstructive surgery, but also, let's say, the classics such as orthopedics and spine and all of these things. I could talk for hours about our hospitals, but I'm going to spare you that. You can look it up on the website on sana.de/international. But just to give you an idea of how we do medicine, this is a 900-bed facility, so it's a proper healthcare firm, if you will. Highly specialized and highly professional. We also have digital solutions, so we have our own startup hemisphere within the company. So we fund and cooperate with many digital startups in Germany, but also internationally, to make sure we stay on top of things and we don't just do as we've always done, but we grow with where the industry is going. Last but not least, whenever we have international patients coming or German private patients coming, we've established a standard of our rooms, which is the same in all the 60 hospitals we have. It's very high-end, and we take great pride of that because it's quite an effort to establish such a standard throughout such a large group in the country. Obviously, for our international guests, we have an international office that is basically our point in contact, both for our insurance and authority partners who send us patients, as well as for patients who contact us directly. So we take care of all the requests they have. We turn around, organize everything within our group, and then get back to the insurance or the authority or the patient. So they don't have to deal with 60 hospitals. They just deal with the office, and we do all the rest. In a nutshell, to wrap this up, we have highly decorated doctors. 1 in 3 of our heads of departments is an accredited professor. So we basically play on eye level with university hospitals in Germany. Many of our hospitals are academic teaching hospitals. We were recently awarded Germany's best managed company by Deloitte. And we have a ton of other rewards that you can still look up on the web. I think I'll be done now banging the drum about how good this is, but we're definitely a very high-end group when it comes to medicine, but also to the services that we offer. So I'll close with a brief film, if that runs. If not, I thank you very much for your attention, and I'll hand over to my colleague Stefan, who is a representative of the rehabilitation part. We closely cooperate, and he has a lot of interesting things to say. Thank you.
Amazing work indeed. Thank you, Mr. Heininger. And now I would like to welcome to the stage, as Mr. Heininger has preceded, Mr. Stefan Böckler, Director of the International Relations at the Kliniken Schmiede, which runs a network of clinics specialized in neurology and neurological rehabilitation. And hopefully he will bridge the informational gap for us on the subject of early neurological rehabilitation. Please welcome Mr. Böckler with me.
Well, good morning, everybody. Looking in so many faces is a very good feeling standing up here. And I hope that I have something for you that is interesting, and I hope that it gives you a bit of an impulse in regards to the topic and the topics we're going to discuss. I will not talk about too much about who Schmieder is and what we do, but I will give you a very practical example of what we are able to achieve. And the title of the presentation, Bridging the Gap Between Acute Care and Rehab, is exactly what our core competence is, and what this means I will show you. Just to give you an idea who we are and what we do, I believe that this quote from our founder, Professor Schmieder, is very good, because it points out that not only we try to emphasize towards the patients and encourage patients that recovering even from severe brain damages or diseases that have affected the brain more or less severely is possible, but we also accompany patients on the way in this recovery process, which is very important because a lot of these patients feel alone, feel hopeless, and helping them to do this is what Professor Schmieder set out 70 years ago when he founded the company and was the pioneer in what today is neurological rehabilitation. Schmieder today is a company that is highly engaged in research and clinical work. So we believe that not only treating patients on a daily basis, but particularly engaging in research projects with various institutions all over the world to find out why certain approaches, especially in the context of therapy, work with most patients, but also what we can do to help those patients where these approaches are apparently not as effective as they should be. So understanding how the brain works, how it works to certain therapeutic approaches is what we are focusing on, and what has helped us to improve and to individualize the rehabilitation of patients tremendously. So with this research approach, but also with continuously teaching our therapists, doctors, and cooperating with institutions like universities, but also with professors all over the world, we are able to deliver the highest quality in care and medical treatment of patients. Because, and this is what you will see in the next couple of slides, rehabilitation is far more than just physiotherapy or some other therapy approaches. It is, particularly in neuro, a high-level approach in medical, nursing, and therapeutic care to address the issues patients are confronted with. And the fact that a lot of physicians, but also patients, recommend us to relatives and friends and their patients shows that we are doing something very good and right. To give you a ballpark who we are and what we do. So we have at the moment 6 hospitals in the state of Baden-Württemberg, which is in the south of Germany. We have 14,000 inpatients per year throughout all the stages of neurological rehabilitation, starting with the acute care treatment, all the way through a reintegration into the daily living and the job. And we cooperate with, as I already said, universities such as the University in Heidelberg, where we're teaching hospital, but also with Professor Loris, for example, from Belgium, who is one of the experts in coma science and the head of the coma science group in Liège. So the topic that I have brought to you is bridging the gap between acute care and neuro and rehabilitation. And what it means is that all over the world, in the Middle East and other parts of the world, and also, of course, in Germany, the quality of acute care is improving continuously, which means that patients who have not survived accidents or strokes in the past are now surviving these incidents, but they are now in an intensive care ward. They are maybe off ventilation or still ventilated, but they need extensive physical therapy and therapy approaches to start the recovery process and not just be an intensive care patient for indefinitely or at a certain point be pushed into long-term care. So what we have done is develop this early neurological rehabilitation approach for the last 25 years, enabling patients who are still in a very severe condition to be admitted to our centers and to be treated. So the phase basically is the early rehab in this entire context. And what we accept, or what kind of patients we accept in this phase, is usually patients who have finished the acute care treatment phase, so there is no more surgical interventions needed. Patients are usually non-septic and they are stable cardiopulmonarily. And then these patients often have a tracheostoma, some still need from time to time ventilation, and then they are transferred to us. A lot of these patients also have disorders of consciousness in various stages, for example, coma, or are in a wakeful state. And of course, they have severe motor, speech, cognition, and coordination deficits that we have to address. And the team that does this, and this is the very, very important aspect. I mean, in healthcare, everybody is talking about interdisciplinary work. And often it works, but here it truly works, because only if everybody is working together, sharing the information they have about the patient, the entire team can work and individualize the treatment. So what we do is, when a patient is admitted, alongside the treatment, that is very important, alongside the treatment for about the first 2 to 4 weeks, we intensively assess the patient's condition. We look, what is the patient able to do, what is the medication, what additional diagnosis might be relevant for this patient, what are the risk factors. So to get the best possible picture of the patient and how we can address these individual problems, what kind of goals can we set for these patients in order to get them more and more towards the next stage of then post-acute rehabilitation. So during this phase, we assess, as I said, the therapy, for example. We look what are the deficits of the patients. We do mobilization, speech and swallowing therapy, especially for patients with tracheostoma, so who have been ventilated. This is a very essential task to unblock the tracheostoma, to give them the possibility to relearn speaking or to train speaking. The role of nursing care is extremely important in this phase, because not only do nurses spend the most time with the patient, but they are also the ones who engage with the patient, challenging them to do things like brushing their teeth, which for us sounds completely normal, but for someone who has forgotten how this works, because his brain connection to this particular task has been deleted or damaged, this is something very important. So nurses, as well as the therapists, play a key role. And of course, we do a lot of internal diagnostics. We have our own neuroradiology department with a 3 Tesla MRI, where we can get patients what they need. The medical side is a lot about managing complications, about managing the tracheostoma, gastrostomy tubes. We have patients with shunts after cranioplasty, for example. So these are all things that are very important in terms of medical care for these patients, and not simply, as I said in the beginning, a glorified physiotherapy, if you may. And of course, also the topic of brain stimulation is something that we take very seriously. We believe that even patients who are in a coma, who have no channel of communication or in a minimally conscious state, have, if circumstances are right, the possibility to maybe not fully recover, but to establish channels of communication with relatives in order to be able to have some kind of communication. So summarizing this, we are the leader in this field of neurological rehabilitation in Germany, mainly, of course, due to this competence in early rehabilitation. Our genuine interdisciplinary approach is, I think, something that most patients would say they see as one of the main advantages we have, and the fact that roughly 95% or more of the patients that we treat are happy. The relatives often are also a very important part. And also with our international patients, we see that this service is very well received, even though the treatment periods are very long from time to time. It could be up to 1 year, but usually it's 70 days. So thank you for your attention for the beginning, and I look forward talking to as many of you as possible if you're interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buckler. And as some neurological doctor told me that neurons or nerve cells are like cats. They are very needy. If you stimulate them too much or too little, they won't respond. You have to apply the right amount of stimulation. And with that, I would have liked to move over to a presentation by our hosts, by our literal hosts, the Co 59 Hotel, but unfortunately the general manager, Daniela Fette, has called in sick, which is kind of ironic in a health and wellness tourism congress. This is why I would like to take us directly to our first panel discussion, which will tackle the issue of marketing the very city we're in, the city of Düsseldorf, as an international destination and a hotspot for medical, health, and wellness tourism. Moderating this panel will be Mr. Dmitry Belov, head of the health marketing and manager of the EMEA and Asia regions at the Düsseldorf Tourism Board. Mr. Belov combines the unique experience in marketing destinations gathered from both the public and the private sectors. Moreover, he's also responsible for attracting medical congresses to the Düsseldorf Convention Center. I wish you all a wonderful and an insightful time. The stage is all yours, Mr. Belov.
Good morning. Yes, welcome in Düsseldorf. I know it's perhaps too early for some of you, but for us in Germany it's nearly lunchtime, because we started to work at 6 o'clock. And yes, welcome to the first panel discussion of the International Health and Wellness Tourism Congress, putting Düsseldorf at the world map of medical and wellness tourism. As our Master of Ceremony already introduced me, my name is Dmitry Belov. I'm Head of Health Marketing at Düsseldorf Tourism Board and Düsseldorf Convention, and I will guide you through this panel as moderator today. So, allow me to introduce our experts today. Mr. Ole Friedrich, Managing Director of Düsseldorf Tourism Board since 2017. Mr. Friedrich. Professor Dr. Dietrich Baumgart, cardiologist, professor at the University Hospital Essen, Managing Director of the Preventicum in Düsseldorf and Essen, one of the largest prevention centers in Germany and initiator of the Medical Board Düsseldorf. Welcome. And last but not least, Dr. Christian Wipper, anesthesiologist, Managing Director of the RKM 740 Interdisciplinary Specialist Clinic, a new private clinic in Düsseldorf with an innovative concept, especially for patients from abroad. Dr. Wipper. So it's some kind of Good Morning Germany, Good Morning America talk show here. Dear gentlemen, first of all, I would like to start by posing a question to all the experts and asking you to answer them in turn. So my first question. According to studies by the Bonn-Rhein-Sieg University of Applied Science, Düsseldorf ranks third among German cities in terms of numbers of foreign patients. So we can say, without hesitation, that Düsseldorf has a firm place on the world map of medical tourism. So Hadi, we are already on the map. Okay, gentlemen, in your opinion, what speaks for Düsseldorf as the perfect health tourism destination? Mr. Friedrich.
Thank you, Dimitri, and once again, good morning to everybody. Yeah, first of all, it's, as I mentioned earlier this morning, it's the medical facilities we are offering in Düsseldorf. But I have two experts besides me, and I would like to hand this, to answer this question over to them after I give you a short idea and some more information about the city of Düsseldorf and what explains the uniqueness of Düsseldorf. I mentioned early in the morning that we are the 10-minute city, but I didn't miss the explanation why. So it's very easily to describe. Regarding the urban size, we are number 73 in Germany. So we are a small city. Regarding population, with 650,000 inhabitants, we are number 6 in Germany. So this combination, on one hand, the compactness, and gives us this opportunity to tell that we are the 10-minute city, because it's very, very easily and fast to travel from the airport to the city center, from the railway station to the city center. And we are really well connected to the motorway system in Germany. So it's easy to access to Düsseldorf from abroad, from international countries, and from Europe as well. And when you arrived in Düsseldorf, you have the great opportunity to choose around 200 hotels, and we have nearly 70 4-star hotels and 6 5-star hotels. And all of these 5-star hotels are located close to the Königsallee, or so we call it the Kö. It's one of the famous and well-known boulevards with the top luxury brands like Gucci, Prada, Dior, for example. And it's really, really nice to do shopping on this Kö. So I hope that you have the time after this conference on Saturday, not only visiting the Kö, I hope that you have the time to visit the shops and do a little bit shopping after the conference. But it's not only the Königsallee, which is famous for shopping. We have districts close to the city center where you have Düsseldorf designers, you have small boutiques and fancy concept stores, which invites you for doing shopping as well. So we are really a shopping city in Germany. But doing all the time shopping, it's not the way people and patients be in a city. We also offer a lot of very good restaurants from all over the world. So we are really have a high number of halal upscale restaurants in Düsseldorf, but what is really special is our Japanese part of Düsseldorf. So we call it Little Tokyo, and we say, and a lot of people say that we have the best Japanese food outside Japan, not only sushi, also ramen, for example. And we have the Old Town, and it's a must for everybody to have Alt beer, or translated old beer. It's not an old beer, it's a dark brown beer in one of our house breweries in combination with delicious Rhenish food. And we are offering a lot of, we are a really green city with parks, the Rhine meadows, a city forest with a wild park for families, and this is also a very important issue for recreation, to walk through parks, gardens, and be outside in the nature. And Düsseldorf is as well very strong for modern and contemporary art. We have a lot of museums where you find this kind of art. A lot of people studied at the Art Academy, a lot of artists like Gursky, Richter, or Joseph Beuys, and you find 100 galleries where you can buy, or patients can buy art if they are interested in. So in a nutshell, we are a vibrant metropolitan city in a small size. Everything is very close by, and this differentiates us from other cities in the world.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Friedrich, it was really a huge part about tourism, but we are dealing with health tourism. So let us move forward to our medical experts. Professor Baumgart, what speaks for Düsseldorf as the perfect health tourism destination, in your opinion?
So, Made in Germany is a quality label that is known around the world for, let's say, engineering features like cars or machines. At the same time, made in Germany, so derived from medical, is also a quality label that has been or can be advocated as a matter of quality label for precision and effectiveness. And I think that's where the medical education comes in Germany. It is really excellent. It's certainly one of the top medical education that we received here in Germany, and especially in Northern Westphalia. I think this has been mentioned before. We have 7 medical universities where we educate people in Düsseldorf, coming from the larger scale to a smaller scale. So Düsseldorf, the University and Medical School of Düsseldorf, is certainly one of the largest and finest medical schools within Germany and within this North Rhine-Westphalia. So we are at the hub of medical education, and from there we derive a number of excellent doctors in various subspecialties and specialties, both in surgery or internal medicine, orthopedics, you name it, and plastic surgery or fertility medicine. So we have an excellent education around various issues. I think we have not only the university, we have a number of excellent hospitals that have a long tradition, and I think the quality control, the excellence and effectiveness of these hospitals on the one hand side, and the network of outpatient clinics and doctoral offices on various regions, we can offer a number of sites and services where you can basically get everything here in Düsseldorf, in a large city but not too large to have, you still have short ways, you have good networking, and I think these are the arguments why people should probably come better to Düsseldorf than maybe even to Berlin. We have much larger ways, or even Munich. And I think if you look a little bit greater, then we have the medical valley from Aachen, Cologne, Düsseldorf, Essen to Dortmund. So like 30-50 kilometers away, if you don't find things directly in Düsseldorf, you will have it within, let's say, half an hour drive. So there are so many arguments to come to Düsseldorf, because you can find medical treatment, medical care on various levels at the level of excellence.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned this high concentration of cities and medical facilities in our region, and I think it's also one of our strengths. So if we take this region, if we take the Ruhr area, if we take also other Rhine cities, we are even bigger than Greater Paris or Greater London.
We are, if you take the let's say, Rhine-Ruhr Valley, we are the largest amount of people within Europe, no doubt. So, and of course, this brings up, competition and excellence also in the medical field, I would say.
And it's also one of our strengths in North Rhine-Westphalia. We have a couple of Bundesliga football clubs, and I think it's also one of anchor also for medical facilities, because these very expensive players also need a medical treatment. So we have also very high-end, for example, orthopedics facilities in our region. Is that right?
Of course. I mean, treating, well, football players or other celebrities, George Clooney was mentioned before. I mean, they would have the possibility to go anywhere, also in the States, but they come to Germany, and I think this is a statement. Why are they coming? Because they seek and they get the quality, and I think the close link and combination also for, I mean, a lot of medical developments come still in the world of medicine, come from Germany, come from this region. The Technical University of Aachen is certainly a center of excellence for the development of robotic surgery or other things that have started here in Germany. So the close connection, even we as medical person have if we have a question or if you have an idea, we go to Aachen or we go to another university, say, listen, I have this new idea and how can we develop it? And this close connection brings also a number of new developments in the future and will probably bring a number of developments in the past and in the future.
Thank you very much. Ole, do you want to say something?
Yes, I would like to add something, and this is our way of living, our standard of living in Düsseldorf. It's the open-minded, the Rhenish hospitality. We are really one of the, I know, international cities in the world with 184 different nations living together in harmony, and I think this is a very important issue, that we are open-minded, we are friendly, it's a safe city, and we, every visitor, every patient can feel this all the time when he is in Düsseldorf or she is in Düsseldorf. And this is in the people who are doing the business, who work as a nurse, as a doctor. This brings such efforts to this situation.
Thank you very much. Dr. Wipper, what speaks for Düsseldorf as the perfect health tourism destination, in your opinion?
Thank you, Dimitri, for your invitation and introduction. So for me, Düsseldorf is really the right place and the right base for not just only for our great coming together here networking event today and tomorrow. I also think it's a perfect location, and a few things are already mentioned, for selling the German product. The German education, not the education itself, but we have the German education, medical education, and the doctors who work like this. And I think that's a very important point for foreign, let's say, customers or patients, for example, from the GCC region, that they want to be treated from a German doctor with his education on the one hand. But as you said, for sure, the people won't come only for the medical treatment, they need a great surrounding, and Düsseldorf has it. We talked about luxury boutiques, five-star hotellery, the atmosphere, we have the Rhine, we have good surrounding other cities next to Düsseldorf, other countries like the Netherlands, you can go to Belgium, the coast is not far away. So I think the whole package, the high educated German medical facilities we offer here, but also the surrounding where the family can travel with, leisure offers and everything, I think the combination makes it that people are coming.
Thank you very much. And Ole mentioned this Rhenish jeu de vivre, this Rhenish way of life, that we are open-minded and international. And you're originally from Munich in Bavaria. You're living since years in Rhine Valley in Düsseldorf. Would you submit, Mr. Friedrich, that people here are perhaps different than in other regions in Germany?
Different, but in a positive way. I see they are more open, more friendly from the beginning on, so it's lighter to get in touch to each other, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Maybe I can add one aspect. I was not born in Düsseldorf. I'm not from this region. But when I came with my wife 30 years ago, we had an easy way to get around and to get adapted. It was easy to make friends because really people are friendly, they're open-minded. You get into contact with them on various levels, and I think this is another. Yeah, it's unusual. The whole Rhine area, I would say, is known for its hospitality on a, let's say, daily basis, and certainly on, I mean, as we know here, we have several 6-star hotels in Düsseldorf, and so it's, I think, a very friendly atmosphere, and this is also from the medical side one way to get healthy.
Mr. Friedrich?
Yes, I would like to add something. I'm also not from Düsseldorf. I'm already.
Here, someone from Düsseldorf on the stage.
No one of us is from Düsseldorf, but we all decided to live here because it's the best place to live. So, but I give you an idea why. I was born in Hamburg, and when you go to a pub in Hamburg, you're looking through the pub and you search a table which is free and you stay there. If you be in the old town in Düsseldorf and you're going to a pub or a house brewery, there's no empty table. You look around and you see, oh, there's an empty seat, and you go there directly. And everybody is happy that you're joining the table. And it takes you only 5 minutes, and you are in a discussion and talk with all the people surrounding you. You know, you are not familiar with them, but it's so easy to get in touch with people in this beautiful city, and that's why we stay here and why we burn for the city.
Okay, then it's also my turn. I'm also not originally from Düsseldorf. I am more in the eastern direction, in Dortmund. Yes, originally also from the Eastern Europe, and it was also my experience. First time I came to Düsseldorf after I end my studies, or during the end of my studies, I visited Düsseldorf, and it was really this wow effect. Oh my gosh, it's really incredible. It's really very open-minded, very international city, and yes, it's what Düsseldorf stands for. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes. Now I would like to ask individual questions to our experts. And let us start with Mr. Friedrich. The pandemic and the war against Ukraine affect all areas of life and have also dealt a hard blow to the medical tourism industry worldwide. In 2023, we notice that the industry is starting to recover. What is Düsseldorf Tourism Board doing to make the destination Düsseldorf known in the world, and how do you support our foreign partners?
First of all, we focused on a few markets in the world. We are not in the situation, we are not able to do marketing all around the world for health tourism in Düsseldorf. So our main focus these days is the Gulf region. And we increased our efforts in marketing activities in this area. For example, we joined first time for our city the Arab Health during January, and we are working strongly together with Düsseldorf Airport, and we had the great pleasure to invite finally 80 companies from the travel industry in Qatar and Doha, and we were the first city after the pandemic who were doing this promotion in Qatar together with the airport, together with Düsseldorf Convention, and together with Qatar Airways. So we are having strong efforts in this region. We joined the the Arabian travel market, so this is a strong focus of our business. And the best way to do advertising and marketing for the city is to invite people from the industry or from the press to our lovely hometown and to do workshops, to travel around with them. And this is one issue we are working hardly on, especially in the Gulf region. We were the first German city, I think it was in 2015, when we started our WeChat channel in 2017. Thank you, Dimitri. We were the first German city to start a WeChat channel in China. And nowadays we have nearly 150,000 followers, and we never stopped talking to all of our followers during the pandemic. And this is one important channel to communicate about medical facilities, about the city as a health tourism destination. So these are our main focuses in doing advertising, in traveling and inviting the industry to our city. And in a digital way, we have our website, Düsseldorf-health.de, which is founded together with our health tourism network, and there we combine all the information about the city, about medical facilities, medical treatment for our partners, so to offer in a simple and combined way the opportunities you find about medical treatment in Düsseldorf. And finally, we started to do digital campaigns in the Netherlands and in the UK last year, and we are going further on because we do some analysis, and this said to us, okay, these are very interesting markets, especially for Düsseldorf close. It's related to the closeness to the border of the Netherlands, and even UK is only 1 hour flight away.
Thank you very much. So if, for example, a medical facilitator from abroad contact us, you can say we're some kind of one-stop agency which could then provide this request to the partners in our network.
Yeah, we get in touch with the partners. We get in touch with our local partners who are being part in our health tourism network, and we focusing the international partners to have a look on our website and to make their own decision which one of our offers fits best to their requests, and then we help that the medical facilities and the partners from abroad coming together.
Thank you very much. Professor Baumgart, you have been dealing with medical tourism in Düsseldorf for years and work with many foreign patients. What do you have to pay attention to in the care treatment of foreign patients, and what does your medical facility offer to this clientele?
Okay, yes. We've been here for 20 years now, going and growing stronger every year, one must say. Certainly we have German clientele, but then from the start on we had a number of foreign patients, both from the Russian-speaking countries as well as from the GCC countries. And I think, first of all, what attracts people, I think it always attracts people if you serve good quality. I mean, that's what it boils down to in the end. But on the other hand, you have to offer a great service. I mean, people coming from a foreign country, mostly they don't speak your language, so they don't know their way around, so you have to support and help them. And this is why we are also here. I'm representing a group together with Dr. Germany and Dr. Balzer from the New Orthopedics. So we have a good network. I think network is also a very important factor because people come here, then they discover that they do not only want to have the checkup, but they have an orthopedic problem or another problem, so they want to have, within the next 2 days, they want to have a different medical approach, so you have to organize that. You have, as I said, to provide the service, and of course you need to have a connection where you can call people and say, listen, Mr. So-and-so is coming and he would like to see you not in 3 weeks, but tomorrow or maybe on Monday. So you have to provide this type of service from the medical access, and of course people also need the service because they would like to see Cologne or some sightseeing. They want to go shopping, so you have to provide. It starts picking them up from the airport, getting transfer, getting them around, and I think we have been able to provide this type of service. And that's what makes us attractive, and that's, I think we have a number of long-lasting patients and clientele from these countries that come every year or every 2 years, and we have a very stable situation. Indeed, during the COVID pandemic, when nobody was able to travel, it was down, but now we realize that people are coming back, and the same people coming, they didn't go to anywhere else, but they come back to Düsseldorf because they felt a very good attention and a very good service on various levels. So those are, I think, those are the main factors. Besides, let's say, the quality to provide the service and to have a good network to serve the individual needs.
So the keys are full package and outstanding service.
Yes, outstanding. Yeah, it's a matter of, I think, a matter of excellence, and of course the type of individualized and mostly comprehensive and full service.
Thank you very much. Dr. Wipper, your interdisciplinary specialist clinic opened just under 3 years ago, right? And treating foreign patients has been part of your business model from the very beginning. So what is RKM 740 clinic doing to stand out from the competition, and how does the new clinic fit into Düsseldorf's medical tourism offering?
So thank you. Yeah, you may think about, now we have one more private clinic again, but we thought a little bit doing it another way. So we are not, as the interdisciplinary clinic, the word already says, we are not a single branch clinic where we have a lot in the surrounding of Düsseldorf, few plastic surgical clinics or orthopedic clinics. They just focus and are specialized on one medical issue or one medical part. We built an interdisciplinary specialist clinic with over 14 medical departments in Düsseldorf, all under one roof and not working next to each other. They're all working together. So they are in constant medical exchange for the best results for the patients. So really strong prevention, precise diagnosis, and because of the structure, effective treatments we offer. So we have non-surgical conservative departments in our house, but we also offer the surgical interventions as in or as outpatients, so the patient can also recover there for a few days. And what makes it much more special, we have a strategic partnership also in the same building in our tower, where we've built over 168 luxury furnished and serviced apartments. So patients can stay there, the family can stay there, you can, it's everything very private, you have your own elevator, go down to our medical facilities, have your treatments, go up and relax. So I think this combination where foreign customers and patients come to Düsseldorf, like to stay next to their medical facilities, we offer that everything and the whole package. From the wide range of medical possible treatments. So for sure we offer quick checkups, also longer checkups. They last a few days, so you can stay there and have your appointments in between. But we also offer one-day surgery or severe surgeries where patients stay all over the week, for example, but all in the luxury, more hotellery atmosphere, not compared like normal regular hospital. So that's the keys of
the full
our,
package.
The full package, yeah, and the key points of our clinic.
It's interesting that the word hospitality in hospital have one core, and I think it's really remarkable for Düsseldorf that, as well as Preventicum, which is located in a 5-star hotel in Breinbacherhofen, Düsseldorf, where you have a clinic and you have really luxury rooms, apartments, as well as RKM 740 Interdisciplinary Specialist Clinic, which has also apartments in this new outstanding building, Zipper building, combine these two elements, so hospitality and hospital, and I think it's even unique in Germany that we have this in Düsseldorf in this variety.
Yeah, I think it's another unique argument for Düsseldorf, for the destination of Düsseldorf, and I think, yeah, is not surprising if you're sick, if you're not feeling well most of the time, and if you're anxious what would be the end of the treatment, you would like to have it, to live in a safe and in a nice surrounding. You want to have a nice hotel room or a nice apartment. You want to have a nice service in these times of trouble, I would say. So I think having, in our case, the excellent hotel just, next door, and more or less, and having, the possibility to have it in a nice surrounding is certainly. I think you have to just think yourself. You would be sick. What would I like to have? So a nice surrounding for the time I have to stay here.
Yes, very nice. Thank you very much to our expert for this exciting presentations. So I think they earned an applause. And thank you very much. The audience, you now have the opportunity to ask questions. Take the advantage of this opportunity, benefit from the knowledge of our experts. So please, do anybody have any question? It was so much. Oh, yeah, here.
Thank you for your talk. Just one question out of curiosity. You mentioned that there is not only one but two facilities that combine hospitality and healthcare. Is there a reason for that, why this is in Düsseldorf so popular? Is it the high number of private insured patients, or what makes it that Düsseldorf is doing this in particular? Or is there other destinations that I'm not aware of that have the same concepts? But with Düsseldorf, I have heard it now multiple times.
Yeah, what we've seen what Professor Baumgart already told us, that the patients like to be in the surrounding next to their medical treatments, so not to be too far away. So they have their nurses, the medical staff feeling around, so they won't not choose a hotel 5-4 streets more away. So having the short ways, giving the surrounding of security, of good medical care, also during the recovery time, during the relaxing time. So where a normal hotel guest would just use the normal hotel facilities, but you are there in the hotel or boarding house because you had a treatment before, and the medical issue maybe is not gone, or the therapy is going on, so you really feel, I think, more comfortable, more safe if you are still in the surrounding. And that's what patients ask for more and more, I think.
I think there's a mutual interest from both sides. First of all, also the hotels are looking for a new clientele, I would say. The business customers have been maybe not going down, but not thriving from the numbers. So I think medical tourism is a new way to achieve or to acquire new clientele. So there's an interest from the hotel side, and certainly from the medical side. I think the in-room service in a normal hospital has always been not so good, I would say. Sana has shown us that it's also going new ways, but I mean 20 years ago I think people would go out of the hospital and say, okay, the medical treatment was good, but the food was bad, the wet rooms were bad, everything else was bad. Hopefully the medical service is good, but yeah, so people always complained about this hospitality factor, and I think that's at the end what people can judge. Most of the patients cannot judge whether this is a good doctor. He assumes that he is a good doctor, that I'm a good doctor, but in the end he cannot really assess it. What he can assess is the food is good, the bed is good, the service is good. So I think I have always advocated that we always have to, we have to provide a full package. And also in our setup with the Breitenbacher Hof, this is a full package. I mean, you get excellent treatment and you get excellent hospitality. So what more can you want? Certainly it's a matter of price, yes. But most of the time, if people travel from Dubai or wherever, to Düsseldorf, then they have the money to also pay for a better hotel room, I would say.
And I would also like to add that in Düsseldorf we have indeed this unique symbiosis of hospitality industry and medical facilities. And as Professor Baumgartner already mentioned, especially our 5-star hotels in Düsseldorf was interested also in medical tourism since years. They even pushed it, they gave us impulse. So yes, indeed, I talked also to my colleagues from other destinations, other cities. We have indeed this, and we are lucky that we have this symbiosis of hospitality and the medical industry. So if, we have another question. Yes, please.
Yes. My name is Dr. Ashraf Samir. I'm from Alexandria, Egypt. I'm professor of convention tourism in the Arab Academy, and I'm also a medical doctor. And I have 2 questions. The first is for Mr. Friedrich. How you help customers or patients coming from out of the European area for visas, because this became a problem now. The second question, because of that problem, is for the doctors, Dr. Dietrich and Dr. Christian. How do you think about investing in other countries out of the European country? I know that Charité Hospital in Berlin, they have 2 centers, one in Antalya in Turkey and one in Tunisia. So why don't you invest your medical profession with the telemedicine, your supervision in other centers out of the European countries? I know we promote your area in Germany, but also because of some troubles like visas and the travel expenses, we need also to invest your profession and experience in other countries. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. It's really a tough question, hardly to answer, to be quite honest. First of all, we, as the official Düsseldorf Tourism Board, we are responsible for promoting the city as a health care, health tourism destination. And we know the situation about the visa politics in embassy and consulate around the world. We know, unfortunately, regulation in Germany are pretty much stronger than regarding or compared this to Italy and France, for example. So to support our potential patients, we are working closely together with one DMC here in Düsseldorf, who is operating or working together with companies, with the patients, with the government from abroad to arrange all these issues, the visas, transfer, flights, hotel reservation, all that's needed for the patient, that they have to do nothing with the travel and the surrounding things of traveling. And yeah, we are working on it and announce the theme visa to the ministry who is responsible in Germany, and it's a long way to go to get it better and better.
Yeah, I fully agree that this, let's say, this product of medical expertise or German medical expertise should be exported to other countries. Investing in another country, no matter where it is, it's has certainly some hurdles, I would say. First, a lot of money is involved usually, then you have a number of regulatory problems. So really, getting to these countries with, let's say, building a new hospital or so is difficult. I did a number of, or had a number of experience. I had a great time when I did cardiac catheterization at Mahdi Armed Forces Hospitals in Cairo. So I went there several times. So I have a number of experience both in in Egypt, in South Africa, now I currently have a project in China. We are trying to educate people in these countries in order to help people to help themselves, I would say, to educate people and to improve medical care there. This can be done, and I know that a number of other colleagues are doing this, trying to bring medical expertise in other countries. Probably that's the easiest way to help, I would say, also for those people in these countries that maybe have not the money to travel or have not the access, whatever. So I think this is one way maybe we should, improve, and also I think there are a number of doctors from Düsseldorf that would be willing to come to Egypt or other countries. As I said, in the medical world there are some hurdles also in these regulatory process in the other countries, but doing some sort of teaching stays for weeks or months would be one way around it.
So we also thought about this topic a long time before already, but might be not only an answer to your question, might be a question as well. So if you look maybe to Dubai, where you see all those brand new clinics with the best facilities, where they do have a huge amount to build up those things, you have the latest medical technology there. German medical hospital, international American hospitals there, yes, but then I'm asking, why are the patients from the GCC region or the Arab patients coming to Germany? Because they trust in the German medical education, in the German doctors, and the cities there, so also the country where the surgery or the medical treatment is done. So what we see there were built a huge amount of fantastic clinics. On the one hand, the German doctors who work there are missing, so they need some more. But even if they would have, I think the The key point is, as we said at the beginning, the German medical education and treatments as a branch to sell. I think it will work just here on our side. So,
thank you very much. And the ever last question from my side, because otherwise Hadi will chase me, I think. And please, gentlemen, answer this question in few words. 1, 2, maximum 4 words. Why Düsseldorf?
In 4 words, live close, feel free.
Our claim.
Service, expertise, network, precision.
Exclusive, modern medical facilities.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our esteemed list of panelists. And I think we've talked enough to you. Now we want to talk with you. Before we open the discussion for the one-on-one meetings and the networking, Mr. Hadi Mlaab, CEO of Agora Group, has a couple of words to say.
Okay. The last panel concludes the first morning session. We are now going to break for coffee and then followed by a series of one-on-one meetings, and then lunch will be served in the foyer here. For the afternoon program, we are going to launch, after lunch we're going to get into the panel discussion regarding the outlook of the industry in 2023 and beyond. The panel that was dedicated to the Philippines will be moved to tomorrow morning. We have had some visa issues and unfortunately there are a little bit of late arrivals, so that panel will be pushed till tomorrow morning. So in the afternoon, after lunch, we only have one panel and then again one-on-one meetings. Now for the one-on-one meetings, they will be conducted in the room adjacent to this one. All the solution providers, the hospitals and the clinics and the hotels and so on, have a dedicated table. On your booklet, if you open to the last page, there is a diagram of these tables and to which sponsor they belong to. Most of you should have a schedule for their meetings. So please make sure that you are attending those meetings. The meetings, the one-to-one meetings, are really the core of what Agora offers. We spend a tremendous time and effort to organize those meetings to make sure that you are meeting the people that you want to meet and that you are conducting business at the event. So please make sure that you do attend your meetings. If for any reason you don't have any meetings scheduled and you would like to meet any of our suppliers, talk to our team. We'll be more than happy to schedule those meetings for you. Enjoy the break, enjoy the meetings, enjoy lunch, and we'll see you after lunch here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to our first International Health and Wellness Tourism Congress here at the Kö 59 Hotel in lovely Düsseldorf. In case you forgot, I'm your host, Yasser Abu Malek. I'm the Master of Ceremonies for this Congress, and I hope you've had a fulfilling and entertaining and also insightful lunch, because now we will be moving to the second half of our first day, which will be a combination of both presentation followed by a panel discussion. But before we go on to that, I would like to draw your attention to our wonderful friends at the stall right outside the main doors from the Düsseldorf Tourism Board, who have organized a free of charge tour of this lovely city we are in, Düsseldorf, on Saturday. The lovely ladies who are standing outside will be very kind enough to answer all your questions about these tours and to register for you. So please don't hesitate to ask them and inquire after the day has ended. But now to our presentation and to the panel discussion afterwards. This presentation will be done and delivered by Madam Mariam Asifi, head of the research center at the medical tourism for medical tourism at the University of Applied Sciences in Bonn-Rhein-Sieg, who will be presenting and moderating the discussion afterwards. Madam Asifi has a very long and distinct career and is very active in the field of medical tourism since 2007, working at four international offices of many German hospital groups, and also very active in the GCC region, especially in Dubai. She leads additionally the working group Health Tourism Destinations and has published the first of its kind medical tourism handbook in Germany. I now leave you with Madame Asifi to present.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the audience, welcome to our conference today. From my side, it's my pleasure to have the moderation in the presentation to this panel, Health Tourism Outlook for 2023 and beyond. So, first of all, I would like to give some thanks and also to the welcome to all of you international. I think it's the first time, I told before, we have a lot of new faces international-wide in Germany regards to this topic. Also, there are some faces I know already from the long time we are working together. This is always a pleasure to have the colleagues here to promote Germany as health tourism destination. Big thanks and to the organization from Reem and Hardy from Agora. I think it was not so easy to challenge this year. We saw on her in the morning about the visa issue. So they managed this team with, I think, more than 10 of them were not allowed to come, and this is a big issue to organization for this great event. Thanks a lot. And before, I think we heard a lot of medical tourism from Philippines and destination from Düsseldorf tourism. I can say from my side, it's medical tourism family for me, because I'm like a medical tourism child, because I did nothing else in the start of my working. And I'm very proud to have you all here as Germany and also for an international destination. Yes, health tourism outlook. I'm from the research center, so I would like to give you some dates and facts from German side. Also, it's important to say the network is important and the connections worldwide. Business is people, and business is trust. And we have before the patient's experience, they came later on the panel, but I think we are working all on a field with patients, with humans, and this is going to trust and to a connection worldwide. And we have today the opportunity for this, to choose this. So I will start. We had this. Yes, one thing, I think this is something unique, I forgot. We have here today the destination and the hospitals combined. That means I work a long time for this working group with the research center to combine the German hospitals. That means we have a working group since more than 20 years. We are sitting the university hospitals and private hospitals group together from international side, that we can establish and promote and working for solutions in the topic of international patients. So we heard today a lot about what we have in Germany, but I want to also go through that we have also some problems in Germany, and it's not always easy to handle this, and I come to this later on. And also we have, I have a group that's started in this year, Health Tourism Destination. So this is the phase also that we have here today. That means we are sitting from German destinations together on one round about to support the medical tourism from tourism side. Yeah? The health tourism for Germany. So it's changed. We all notice what the pandemic brings to us for a change to the healthcare sector and also to the view to the healthcare sector. It is another priority to the medical tourism and to the healthcare. We can feel it here from Germany for, I think, about some years, first time that everybody is looking to health tourism and to wellness tourism. This was before always a fight from our side to promote this topic, and now after this pandemic, everything changed and everybody's looking to the health and to the world from every side. For example, the German government provided 67 billion in 2020 to expand to the health system. That means this is an increase of 31.5. A strong health system makes good economic, not only for Germany, this is for everywhere, worldwide. And that's the agenda and also the strategy from German governmental side to promote the healthcare sector more as before. Countries around the world are grappling with the heels, so we can see it, what happened during the pandemic, that the people were stuck and we cannot help them here from German side as before for treatments. This is something that's go to us all. The pandemic changed the view and also the structure for healthcare systems, and still the lacks, we can see what happened if there are not the digitalization on this time what we need. There is the health sector is one of the fastest growing sectors of the economy worldwide. We have in Germany more than 6 million people working only in the health sector completely. This is a high number, and still there is more capacity for more employers, but we have to need. Also, it brings positive effects that the health tourism sector is gained and forward importance. So today we can see who are the players actually. I can say the global players from my work or my experience, we have always this main players. Before it was always USA, Germany, Thailand. They are the most in the some 20 years were active. But now we can see it is a change in the structure. It is a change in the market. We have to take care of this. Also, still from German side, we have to see we have new competitors. It is not only Germany on the world, yeah, but we have Saudi Arabia. Yesterday we spoke about this. They are on strategy. They invest a lot. No, South Korea. I can remember around 10 years ago they started with the marketing and the strategy from South Korea to establish the medical tourism part. And now today we can see where they are standing. Singapore, Portugal. I was in Portugal 3-4 years ago, and I saw the first time that African is the market there. So a lot of patients from Angola are going to Portugal for treatment. This is completely new. And there is also an interactive strategy from Portugal side, for example. So this is just a few nations I want to show which have inbound treatment and they have strategy and activity, yeah, from our side. The numbers is always the topic we have spoke before. So there is a high investment worldwide for the global healthcare systems in the medical field. Going to Germany, so this is the figures international patients in Germany. That means we collected and we analyzed from our department yearly the facts and dates of inpatients in Germany. That means in 2020 we have 800 million from 177 nations. This was the first time there was a reduction because before always the number for international patients was about 1 million and over. So we can see the pandemic status here. Important is this is inpatients. This is just the number from the statistics that international patients were in the hospitals, but around 60 to 40% on top there is the ambulant patients, which we are not on this graph. Who are the patients coming to Germany? So the figure of international patients to Germany, the top 15 I show you here on this map. You see the orange part, this is during pandemic. 2019 is the number before the pandemic came, and this is the top nations Europe-wide from German side. We can see the Russian was before one of the main markets, so Arabic market and Russian market is one of the focus market, but this is the number of the statistics from our top 15 for Germany. The development and the demand from GCC and Gulf countries is actually the main from German side. So this is they're looking always for Arab countries, for Russian patients, Ukraine patients. So all area was the focus market from German side where they are active, and which we can also feel in the demand and also in the increase of numbers. And just here an overview about the number of patients. This is from Arabian side is the green line and orange side is the good side. So that's, I think, from our experience, and this is a background also from the German hospitals, that the demand from Russia still, for example, is there, but we have problems to take them in. And from Arabic countries, the demand still is there, but it's not only constant from each country. Yeah, so GCC inpatients, you can see it's how the factors are going to German side. It's sometimes political issues, it's sometimes war. This is different factors to come for the demand for Germany. We can see UAE, Kuwait or Qatar and Saudi Arabia. What is the inpatients numbers during the last 10 years? The increase, this is very interesting. Yeah, we had lockout. There was no entrance to Germany, but we see instead of this time, we have the capacity for international patients was blocked, but we have a number of inpatients during this year for 2021 that during the pandemic we could treat medical tourism patients for treatment which will be high, complicated and urgent need that they receive a visa for the treatment after the lockdown. So interesting is that Saudi Arabia have 20% increase. We have new countries like Nigeria with increase. Normally that was a reduction from this side. Uzbekistan and UAE also, we have 58 after the lockdown. So it will be for me also interesting if somebody from your side can confirm this, what is your experience, because this is the facts we receive on base of the data from German statistic. If anyone from your side say, okay, this is the facts from your country, please share this with us. Yeah, very new and the first time after the long time studies we have and we follow up is that we have a new player, I think, or a new nation area could be interesting for Germany. This is with Nigeria and Uganda and Sudan, that we have more than before medical visas issues from and medical visas confirmation from these nations. Normally it's really reductions each year, and here was it in 2021 the first time that is 4 times or double time on higher. Overlooked to the challenges for medical tourism. So for me it's important actually to say, yes, we are Germany, we have a good system, but it's not only in Germany. Also we have problems in Germany and not the just capacity problems we have. We have topics which have factors to the inpatient, international patients. That means we had to look over about the pandemic we saw. This is an effect where the reduction of patients come to Germany. We have always political conflicts. We feel now with Russia, this was one of the main markets for us and one of the active markets, so the market broke and we lost the complete Russian area. Institution is important from governmental side, for the structure, for the healthcare. These are all points. If we have this, we can support also the international part, but if there is missing, we have the same level as before. Normally we can see Germany has not such a big international marketing. I can remember my work at the hospitals the first time. We were the first hospital who started with international marketing, because normally it's not used for German hospitals to do international marketing. Now in each hospital who's active for the international part, you can see they do advertising, they promote, they try to make the website in Arabic, English, Russian, Polish, or in the other language, Chinese, for example. So this is we can learn also from you all, that we say, for example, to okay, there are a lot of marketing in there, and we are not only to see to how they do it and look over. The press is a topic, so if there is negative press in part of some areas, so we feel this all from both sides. Yeah, we have it some years before from Arabic area, so the hospitals are frightened, they have to take care about the regulations, so this is something the image have to take care from both sides. Laws governmental. We need from governmental side and support for international parts, because it's missing here in Germany. In other countries, I think it's easier. They are able to pay commission, they are able to make marketing contracts. This is missing, and still the increase for the patients is there. So there is a political part where we have to need support and investment from governmental side to supply and to promote the field. The real wage development, this is always a factor which we feel everywhere. Monetary stabilization, inflation, we have it now at the moment again, so we can feel the pricing, and this is a factor it's going through the patients' demand worldwide, not only for Germany. The oil price, so I can remember some years before the pricing from Saudi Arabia going higher, and we have the points from Germany to feel what is the budget also for the patient treatment. Actual challenges, so before you told some questions we had what we can do and what is the point of international patients to support. I think we have to do a lot of homework also, but also we have a lot of experience in medical specialization, what we can promote. But the first point is we have at the moment less capacity. So, and each part of hospitals has to fight to receive the patients. But from the other side, we are able to treat the patients, but have to take care about the completely in-house problems. So the nursing staff is a big topic. What we have German-wide, yeah. Physicians, there was a question why the Germans not invest abroad. So I think in this time we have to take care about our healthcare system and support this more and more. And we have a lack of physicians at the moment in Germany also. So if there are some physicians are able to travel, for sure, but from governmental side, the support is here to have it in their own hospitals. The digitalization, this is something what all the hospitals have from governmental side as strategic. We have to work on our digitalization. A lot of other countries, I think, are more in this part active, and we can learn from their side. But this is what the hospitals at the moment have on their agenda. Service providers, we told before, this is legal aspects we have to take care. There is no regulation how to handle the international patients, so we have to take care for this and working for this to easier support and for easier insurance. We spoke about the visa issue. This is not only for the normal tourists, it is a big issue also for the international patients. So we have a lot of patients requests we cannot bring inside to the country because they receive no visa. And this is a big fact. We are working on this with governmental for the ministry, but it takes time and we need their more support. What we add? So the Ambulantisierung is a big topic where the hospitals are working in Germany and have on their agenda. That means to put out more outpatients, not too much inpatients, to space on the capacity and to restructure the procedures in the hospitals. Treatment capacity, I told before. So sanctions, money transfer, embargo, this is a topic what we have to take in our during procedure if this is an external effect. If there is some sanctions, we have to stop the work and all the done before it's breaking up, so we have the gap. So this is actually the main topics what international patients have during their daily work and where we have to need support and regulation from outside and from governmental. But still on this, I can say we are working, we are on the tops number 4 or 5 German-wide, and I would like to go to the transfer health tourism from our experience. This is healthcare. Everybody's looking for digitalization at the moment. We try to go to health apps. There is no new instruments to acquire the patients. Before it was just through the website. Now there are more influencers, for example, or marketing strategies in this way. Telemedicine, second opinion is a big topic. A lot of hospitals started or thinking about a new product because the demand worldwide is there. They all asking for telemedicine. There are new platforms existing to have this way. This is something I think we learned during the pandemic. The patients were unstuck, but they need the treatment forward, and the law get easier. Data security is a big topic always for Germany, but during the pandemic, the laws get easier to change, and the first time actually to say, okay, we can do more telemedicine, and the regulations were not so strong as before. This is a trend. I think this is a product going worldwide. The distance is not so far, and telemedicine will become more and more. It's important to have the know-how exchange. I think we both have to collaborate from every side, yeah? Not only to give or to waiting for patients. We have to bring knowledge also to other countries, to exchange, to collaborate, and have the cultural aspects each other to learn from this. Otherwise, if the patients are coming here, if we try to support and there is no source of intercultural understanding each other, you will miss it again. And we have to work on this together, I think. Education is important topic, education from nurses, education from doctors, exchange, bringing other nationalities to our hospitals, to work in our hospitals, to understand how is the system here, and the same from German side. There is a high demand on external professors from everywhere to work in German hospitals, but the problem is always the bureaucratical, the language. They have the B2, B3 level for working. Still, they have the procedure, and we cannot fit it and bring them inside. New markets, so new competitions, always in our field. Accreditation, quality management. Before we saw some slides that the hospitals make marketing with the certifications. I think quality management is also something, it's coming back because the quality service, the trust in the management of hospitals should be anywhere on regulation. And this is a trend, what we can feel that the demand, and this is a prestige and certification from German side, if we can say, okay, we have a quality management. Yeah, this is an overview just from one of the dates and facts from my side. I hope you just come into the German field a little to give you an overview what are our topics in case of healthcare, what is the topics for international departments from German side. It is a very big field. Yeah. Before I was many questions I received, so if you just see the international offices, you're working on the research department for medical field, but I can say the field is so huge that we have the touristics, we have the law, we have airlines, we have money transfer, we have the legal aspect. There are so many fields are combined in this healthcare and medical tourism. That's why we have so many facets from all the institutions and companies which we also together work on this. Yes, I hope you can get from my side the information, and thanks for your attention. I would like go to the panel discussion and want to introduce first, ladies first, to our panel, Michaela Kehrer. Michaela Kehrer is the tourism marketing manager from Visit Berlin. She studied in Palestine, Yemen, and Egypt, and is also very many years connected to the Arab world. Worked a long time in international office in Germany and has also the experience of hospitals work, and now she worked since 2016 for Visit Berlin. We know each other very long time, so I'm happy to have you here on our panel. Long cooperation, and yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, special guest from Saudi for me, because we have yesterday the speech, Mr. Ahmed Al-Rei, President and CEO from Promit Tourism. He is the entrepreneur and he first medical facilitator for medical tourism in Saudi. He is the president of the Saudi International Health Forum, and I'm appreciated to have you on our panel here. Welcome. So we know all before and have the introduction. So my pleasure. Dimitri Belov, also a long cooperation partner and network partner. He is actually the man now that I can share, active in the world and promote the medical tourism from heart. Welcome, Dimitri Belov, and a pleasure to have you here. Before we go to the introduction from your side and you say us the details from your experience, we before have the speech and the exchange to say how and who we are. So this was something I want to give just back from my side, why I'm so in this part of international field, to say the question who you are and where are you from. So this is, I go to this personal because I'm origin from Afghanistan, but if somebody asks me, I say I'm German. So if I'm German, you're sometimes not looking like Germans. I say, yeah, but I feel sometimes German, but also Afghan. Now I have the pleasure to have an Arabic husband who is Palestinian, so I have a big heart to the Arab world, and I feel also Arabic. And he is half Polish, so that means my children have also Polish blood. And this is, I think, why I say to this, showing the international world and showing what is important. So the personal connection to the world and the affinity to help patients. That's we see here. We are all German kind of, but all with a background from everywhere. This is important. So I'm pleased to have Ahmed on my side. Please say us what is your field, and you impressed me really because of you give me the strategic from Saudi Arabia, how they invest and how they promote, and we as Germany has to take care because there will be a new competition, you told me before, and yeah, please, you're introducing.
First of all, thank you, Mariam, for this nice introduction, and I am really glad to be here in Düsseldorf with all our friends. Thank you, Agora Group and Düsseldorf Tourism Board to invite us to this nice and professional meetings and conference. We start actually when we talking about the Saudi Arabia, especially in health tourism, we start participate in this kind of events lately, where we have a new vision for even the health tourism in Saudi Arabia. I am starting the first health tourism facilitator in Saudi, which will be starting to promote Saudi Arabia as a new destination. And I am coming here to warn you only.
Thank you. I think not. Thanks a lot. But back to go this, it's not easy, and always promoting aspect to receive your people from other nations, and specific from the market, because I can say from my experience, we always before was used to go in connection with the institutions, with the ministries, and also to the tourists, to receive them as patients. And we spoke, it's a new time at the moment, still after the pandemic, so the outlook it's changed, so everybody has to change their minds, and yeah, this was our speech about this. Yeah?
So honestly, we see the changes what happened after the COVID problem, and how is the pandemic affect for different sectors. One of them is the medical tourism, big time. We also surprised how this industry picked up very fast, especially in after the pandemic. Most of the sectors are focusing on the wellness and plastic surgeries and other activities, which has not been there before the pandemic. This is actually my vision for the after the pandemic issue, but we think there is a lot of things missing when this industry coming back. We need to look after that very well.
Thank you. I would like to go to Michaela. So we each other know many years ago, and yeah, we share a lot of experience in patients care and also on tourism side. I would have your introducing from your side, please, Michaela.
Yeah, I'm actually since 2009 active in this field. I do prefer the term international patients because I do know the patients traveling, they are patients in need of medical care. Of course, now I switched, I mean, the first years I was working in the international office of a hospital group. Now I switched to tourism. Now I'm much more aware medical tourism, where the tourism part comes in. And maybe I want to add something which we didn't mention so much today. The tourism part is actually the relatives, the friends, the accompanying persons traveling with the patient. They are the ones often, I mean, they do support the healing process, I have to say, they are a very important pillar in the hospitals, that everything goes well. They have to organize many things. Often they stay several weeks or even months in the city. And that's where we, as at Visit Berlin, where we take the hotels on board, where we do, for example, inform family activities and so on. I mean, where Berlin offers, of course, such as Düsseldorf, many possibilities to, being entertained, to be maybe distracted from this kind of special, often difficult situation a relative undergoes in the hospital. And this is, to make it kind of round, where actually the tourism part also comes in with the accompanying persons. So Visit Berlin is already active since many years. We do partner with Düsseldorf Tourismus, and I also want to thank Mariam for her initiative. Somehow we are competitors, but we do know each other, and we want to close ranks. We can only be better in German medicine or in marketing German medicine when we do work together, when we exchange experiences, when we regularly meet. And that's also actually the idea behind our network in Berlin. So we established a network of hospitals and hotels, and the main idea is to improve our services, being it medical, being it in the hospitality sector, to the better of the patient. So we are discussing with the hotels. They are aware of the special needs of a patient. Again, it's not a normal traveler. We always need to be aware of that. But they do know they need to give special support, being it late at night at 11 o'clock, a patient being discharged and being in pain. They do know how to handle this. And this is the task we see for ourselves.
Thank you. So Dimitri, you were still introduced before. I go overhead this and start with the first question to you directly. So you are very active, and I can say as one of the destinations from Germany, Düsseldorf tourism is the most active person next to the, you travel a lot the last time, so I can say this because I'm looking for Germany, not only for Düsseldorf tourism, but or one area. Next to this, I'm still also a Rhineland girl, so I come from Bonn. That's not, I'm looking for Düsseldorf, but I also look to the other areas, Bayern or North Rhine-Westphalia, Berlin. We have Baden-Württemberg, they are also still active, but you put the investigation, you are traveling and you promote, it means you're doing marketing. So the secretary today told us in his speech that they promote the health destination project Köln, Bonn, Düsseldorf. This we did, I think, more than 50 years before. And I can see this is still until now going always forward, sometimes slowly, now very quick with you. What you are thinking that will be the outlook for medical tourism the next 3 to 5 years in Germany, and how should the industry prepare for that, not only from tourism side?
Yes, thank you very much, Mariam. I actually believe that we are on the threshold of new developments in medical tourism now. And first of all, I think that the most important source markets for Germany, and especially for Düsseldorf, we are speaking about the GCC region, will catch up in the terms of medical infrastructure. So we will face the development that more patients will be treated locally and not abroad. So it doesn't mean that we will not have any patients from the GCC region. That's not the case, but perhaps we will have less. I think it will be the case because I'm very often in the GCC region, especially in Dubai, and I saw also this really modern big hospitals there. And I also know that this is one of the new strategic of the, for example, Saudi Arabia or United Arab Emirates to invest in the medical infrastructure there. So we have to realize it, and we also have to face it for sure. Secondly, I think that on the other side, the other source markets will move into the focus of medical tourism. You already talked about it in your presentation, and I'm with you. I think that especially markets from Africa, as well as from Central Asia and also Southeast Asia, will be the new interesting source markets, especially for Germany and for Europe in the terms of medical tourism. And thirdly, I think that internet applications like apps for mediating first contacts between foreign patients and doctors in Germany will gain in popularity, what will provide us more transparency in the industry. So this will be also one of the most interesting developments of the industry, and we will, I think, hear about more tomorrow. Yes, it will be also very interesting panel discussion. And yes, how can the industry be prepared for it? I would advise, and we already advise our partners, to establish contacts to new markets, and you see it here live during the International Health and Wellness Tourism Congress. There is a possibility also for medical facilities or other partners or players from the medical tourism industry to establish first contacts with these new markets, also to manage the older contacts, but also to establish new contacts to African partners or partners from Central or Southeast Asia. And I also advise our partners to seek discussions with these app developers, because it is although our industry is very contact intensive, and it will remain so, it's for sure, because you can't treat a person without see the person, etc. But I think these applications for the first contact, for the second opinion, etc., are a really useful add-on for our industry, and bring more transparency also to our industry, what is, I think, good for everyone.
Yeah, transparency, I think it's a big word. We go to this tomorrow in detail, and I would like to go back to Ahmed. How do you assess the outlook for Germany from your side? So we always say from our side, yeah, but I would like to know you as from Saudi Arabia and from your experience in the field also as a health destination Germany, what is your impression to this, and what you think still before pandemic and what you think about it after pandemic?
Okay. Actually, everybody knows that Germany is one of Europe's most popular medical tourism destinations. So with its orthopedic, cardiology, and surgeons. So many foreigners use to visit Germany to undergo the medical and treatment to get cosmetic surgery. But the COVID-19 pandemic and Ukraine war, from my opinion, have hit this industry hard. And I can see in your lovely presentation, a very, very important results and figures. It's showing this very clearly. So the number of international patients has dropped in recent years. Several German hospitals began pivoting away from medical tourism. In addition, Germany has a shortage in the medical staff as well as medical facilitators with increasing in demand. So I think this kind of even globalization, medical tourism has been growing for years. Other destinations such as US, South Korea, Thailand, Turkey. So I think this is a big challenge Germany gonna face it in the future and starting after the pandemic immediately.
Thank you. And compared to Saudi Arabia, what brings the pandemic there for change? So you told me there is a high investment and there are a lot of strategy. They want to be a destination for medical tourism also. Yeah?
Actually, yeah, there is actually some facts about Saudi Arabia. many people actually don't know about it, especially for our healthcare system. Because if we're talking about Saudi Arabia, we are the largest economy in the region with the national budget of 144 billion US dollar. And we're talking about the second largest sector as a tourism income after the oil generate about 13.8 billion US dollar. So Kingdom of Saudi Arabia could take the lead in this market by coming medical tourism with religious tourism to Mecca and Medina. According of many Saudi hospitals by Joint Commission International and the United States, JCI, 112 hospitals in Saudi Arabia and hospitals program. So successful healthcare infrastructure, we have about 484 hospitals with more than 55,000 beds and more than 90,000 physicians. So all this kind of things, all this actually points have big support from the government on that sector. So we talking about Saudi Arabia as a new destination, and we think this destination gonna be lead, especially in our area as a Middle East. Very strong infrastructure, qualified doctors from different countries. They graduate from US, Europe, Canada, China. So, and we have also a very strong support from the government for the tourism right now. So, the destination of Saudi Arabia is gonna actually cooperate with other destinations, especially like Germany and other destinations in the medical tourism. But usually we face that problem in the health care or in health tourism to have the leaders for this market. Until now, we don't actually have that leading committee or organization or taking care of this industry. So this has happened before the pandemic, and after the pandemic, this is the one of I think we need to work on it through this quality conferences to become with a solution for that.
Thank you. So from your introduction, I have a question on my own. So what do you think, anytime the Germans are traveling to Saudi for treatment, so why not? Because you promote and you want to have a new destination, so why?
I believe each country have their own things. Same as the general tourism. You go in general tourism for different countries to explore something. You have the Chinese medicine in China, and you cannot find it only when you fly to Chinese. And we have some also special medicine and treatment for healing body and soul. We are also promoted for the Muslim people around the world. So people, they can come have a treatment and have their Umrah and their Hajj. So I think also in GCC countries, we are growing in this market very well. Dubai, for example, they're doing a very good job right now, and Abu Dhabi, bringing Cleveland Clinic, Mayo Clinics, all the big and professional institute. And it's become one of the destinations right now in the ranking, and they are working serious in this part. Qatar, for example, in Qatar, they are focusing more for the sport medicine, and they have Aspire with a very, very strong and professional work happening there, and the players come from around the world to Aspire Academy and the hospital to take in the treatment. So everything is possible. And to exchange this between the countries, I think it is a healthy thing.
Okay, thank you. So, to Michaela, the next question. What is your experience and what changed the last years for the health tourism sector worldwide and specific in Germany from your German eyes?
I think what was already mentioned, the medical tourism market became a very competitive market. There are new countries coming in, new treatment methods, new medical specializations, new medical providers entering the picture. So therefore it also became a more volatile market. So in the past, when a hospital got a contract set, say with the governmental institution, the patients have been flowing. Nowadays the governments are looking to Thailand, to India, to other countries, to other destinations. So German medicine especially is very much under competition from other destinations, which leads me to another point which was also already mentioned, which is quite an interesting dynamic. Former patient outbound countries became patient inbound countries. We had the example of Dubai. I would not conclude that the same medical service or treatments are kind of sought after in the destination. It's not a switch, but it's a reshifting, a reshuffle of the market, we can say. Maybe one final note, I also see in the last years, it's also a very scattered market. So, which means there is not a global medical tourism market. There are specific needs and there are regional particularities. You mentioned the example of Angola and Portugal. We can look to South Korea, where many Chinese patients are traveling for aesthetic facial medicine, even influenced by K-pop culture. I just saw a recent study. We see the dental city Los Algodones close to the Mexican-American border, where uninsured American and Canadian patients travel for uninsured patients to have their dental treatments being done. So this shows us there are specific and different needs, and there are regional dynamics and regional particularities. So I think we always have to be aware when we look at global figures that we cannot compare the apple with a pear.
Thank you. So, you told about South Korea. I can imagine before, if some Russians say to us, okay, we will go to South Korea instead of Germany, I will not believe this. But now we have the time before the war.
But, excuse me to interrupt, but the Russians do already. For example, from Russian Far East, it's really not so far to go to South Korea for a medical treatment instead of to go to Europe. So there are already patients, for example, for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, that's
I've also heard that a lot of patients from Kazakhstan go to South Korea also because of the distance, because I think it's nearly the same either to go to Europe or to South Korea. And yes.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm going to say. This is a dynamic market, so we cannot always say it's only the top 10 or top 5 player. For the next 10, 20 years, it's changing. So, and with the pandemic, we saw the change. With the Ukraine-Russian war, we saw the change. And as before, somebody told me from Russian, I will go to South Korea instead to Germany. I said no, but now it is like this. So, and that's this was my question, because Saudi invests so much money in this destination marketing and. Czechoslovakia, I can remember we have patients in Germany for rehab, and we have no capacity and we have no space and organization structure. So then we were too slowly sometimes for the decision, and they went to Czechoslovakia for the rehab. Yeah. So the dynamic and the changes, Ahmed and Dimitri, after please. You travel both a lot. So you see in the other countries their impression, their strategic for the healthcare sector. What is your impression? What you will say in some words? What is the technology changes at the moment? We say telemedicine is a push, apps, platforms, online platforms. But do you think something is now figure it out that there is a change in digitalization or technology part? Ahmed, please.
Actually, when we're talking about the
microphone.
What is actually right now count on, especially in the medical tourism after the pandemic, is for sure the telehealth. And from the new destination, when we are actually going and around and we see who's actually going to be leading in this sector, they focus in that one very, very, very big time. So when we have seeing the health tourism market, how it's dynamic and moving very fast, and the changing is very quick after the pandemic, create also new opportunities, trends post COVID-19. Several factors have affected to the spirit health tourism. One basic factor has people are now more interested in the health than ever. So other factors include best practice in the market, patients, feedback, social media, and competitive edge. So the new opportunities we see are the telehealth, where the patient get help remotely. Telehealth services include telescreening, teletriage, teleconsultation, tele-assistance. All these kind of things actually it's make a big change for the new player in this market right now. You can see even US, the fact the studies showed that the telehealth was only 11% in 2019, while after the pandemic, significant change to 76% in US, while more than 80% in Saudi Arabia. So laboratory services also have services and even home results. Medical tourism companies and facilitator expansion. So all this actually, it's a major medical tourism are changes happen and it will be a core things for the new destinations.
Thank you. Dimitri, what do you see from your side?
First of all, I would like to say that the pandemic has given a huge boost to internet applications in every industry. I mean, in Germany, our trade unions fought for years for a home office, and pandemic did it within 1 year. You know, now everybody of us work in the home office, so you can really recognize this boost of internet applications, and I saw it also in the GCC countries, or of course, especially also in East Asian countries, where the digitalization is even more developed as in parts of Western Europe, for sure. And I think it's really a very useful add-on, also in our industry. And another thought is that this application, the internet applications, the several apps, opens up the possibilities of treatment abroad to a broader clientele. Like every internet application which is new, she opened really a brighter success for several services, also in medical tourism. And I must admit, I'm always excited when I see how digital our partners, friends in GCC or in China. Also, if we see here, I think me and some other Düsseldorf followers are the only guys who have paper business cards. Other guys have just something digital, apps or digital cards. And I think this development will continue, and it will be really promoted from this region, from GCC region and from East Asia region, yes.
Thank you, I can share this. Today I go to my friend and say, you have to help me for the digital topic. So we are taking our card and they're all with digitalization on their visit card. So to the next, Michaela, What is your vision and what is your aim for the medical destination Berlin? Please, in 2-3 words.
Very short. I think we have to learn and implement the lessons the other now have learned so well. So we need to improve marketing. We need to improve our services. In travel industry, there's the buzzword of seamless travel, which we cannot imagine for medical travel. Still, we have to improve the whole service chain in medical travel. And finally, establishing a patient-centered approach. I think tomorrow we have a panel on that. And that is also my credo.
Thank you. Dimitri, please also from your side in 2 words. What is the aim and what is your vision for medical destination? We heard before, but please on the other side, what are the needs we have to the needs from side, and what are the challenges we have to take care?
So to talk about vision and goals, of course, we will try our best to make Düsseldorf even better known as a medical tourism destination in the world, and our goal is to maintain our position as the 3rd largest city in Germany in terms of numbers of foreign patients. And yes, we also want to challenge the ranking of the established top dogs like Berlin and Munich, of course. So I talk about cooperation within competition, or competition within cooperation. Yes, so this is our goals and our vision, and what are the needs and what are the challenges. The needs, we have, of course, to network more intensively locally, to bundle our capacity is very important, so we can present our destination united in the source markets, which are important for us. And the challenges will be to maintain the high quality of care and treatment of foreign patients in Düsseldorf, and also to improve how we react properly to environmental influences such as wars, economic crisis, or pandemics, for example. So this will be also, I think, issue also in the future.
Thank you. So Ahmed, please, from Saudi Arabia, very quick. What is the needs and what is the challenges?
Actually, the challenges, we was talking about this in different places in this session, but I think from my opinion, the most important challenges that the cooperation between the whole countries for making, however, global cooperation, starting with immediate priority to establishing a global safety and health protocols was still required until now, because the pandemic happened, and that pandemic can hit again, inshallah not, but it's need to set up together as a health protocol can be followed in all the countries. What's happening in the COVID-19, that each country have their own solution because the pandemic is hit immediately. But right now we have a time to work in this. Second, and what I really appreciate, if we get some move from this event, we can have establish or start to mention the idea of one of the professional umbrella for the health tourism. I think this is very important to looking after this industry as a serious industry and growing industry. It's need to somebody look after that industry with a very professional vision.
Thank you. So please, to the audience, we would like to have the questions, and no questions, Hadi, please. Okay, just one question we have. No one questions? All opinions.
My name is Dilnoza. I'm from Uzbekistan. Actually, it's not question, it's comment about concerning the. You have just told us that the patient from Uzbekistan, the quantity increased 20%. But myself, I got the invitation from you, from the state of, from Agora, from the state of Germany. I couldn't get the visa. I couldn't get even the appointment working in this field. So I had to go through the Italian embassy. We cannot get even the visas for patients, for clients. That's the problem. We could have more patients sending to Germany, but this is the issue which we have always. That's our problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this is a big issue, but it's not in our hands. So next time we have to all together try to get somebody from the foreign minister.
So some kind of petition, you know, from all attendees of the event, would we subscribe and send it? Yes, but we heard it really from every partner we have from each country which need a visa, that this is really a big issue. We try our best. We also write support letters, but unfortunately from our side, from Düsseldorf Tourism Board, we are a municipality institution. We can't influence federal institutions because embassies and general consulate, they're under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's a federal institution, but yes, we try our best. We talk to the politicians, we talk to the ambassadors and to the consulate generals. We do our best, believe me.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists and to our moderator, Mariam Asifi. And that's what I call mic drop. And I've seen some of you engaged in discussions that even you didn't want to come for the second half of our panel. So this is the opportunity now to continue those discussions, those one-on-one meetings, but just 2 notes before I leave you. The first note is that tomorrow, something that probably the Düsseldorf Board of Tourism didn't mention, that Germans are very punctual, except the Deutsche Bahn. They are very punctual, so tomorrow we will start at 9 o'clock sharp, German time. And another thing, that because of the panel that was supposed to be for the Philippines, that was supposed to be held today, it will be held tomorrow. And as such, the other panels will be shortened. They will be 30 minutes instead of 40 minutes. I hope that you will show your understandings for that in order to give you as much information in as little time as we have. Now, enjoy the one-on-one meetings, and thank you for joining the first day of the International Health and Wellness Congress.